might find the light at the end. Through the age of the dragon, the people will talk of the day they were saved by a hero named Hawk. Take a seat and I will recite you a tale of bold adventure spanning both sides of the veil. I knew a champion, we traveled far and wide. We saw so many wonders roving side by side. In the streets of Kirkwall we brought help to those in need. Word had spread so quickly of our dealings and our deeds. Fight for your values and fight for your friends. Fight through this blight, find the light at the end. Through the age of the dragon, the people will talk of the day they were saved by a hero named Hawk. Hawk, 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 Hawk. Into the deepest roads we ventured in the black. If we had only known what we were bringing back. We felt the fire of every temper, every mage, caught in the crossfire of their politics and rage. Had to pull some strings and get them off each other's backs. There was a much greater danger waiting to attack. Fight for your values and fight for your friends. Fight through this blight, find the light at the end. Through the age of the dragon, the people will talk of the day they were saved by a hero named Hawk. Hawk, 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 Hawk. Just a lowly refugee or champion arrived. Round shores of Ferelden fade to Kirkwall's buzzing hive. Rose above the poverty and rose above the pain. My friend became the savior of the white city of chains. Fight for your values and fight for your friends. Fight through this blight, find the light at the end. Through the age of the dragon, the people will talk of the day they were saved by a hero named Hawk. Hawk, 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 Hawk.
Shall we play a game?
All right, and we're back for the first day of actual play. I'm just standing here because I can't sit, reading the local farming news and having my cup of coffee. But let's get over to the farm. Oh, wrong way. So I did get my pigs set up and did not have a lot of luck in buying. You will get to see that. I just haven't gotten the video edited yet. I also, off camera, completed completed the field setup. So we are in our actual first day of play. Just get myself over to the farm, and we're going to start off with seeding the big field. But you can see I've got my second grass field set up there. The other thing I did was I did swap out those 3 large bunkers for 2 kind of smaller ones. And we'll, when it finally comes time to do what we need to with that, we'll, if it happens in this recording, I'll actually show me setting up the path for it. The other thing I did, go over this way real quick, is I did put up a wash station and set up a route for it, and I was talking about doing actual two-way routes in and out of the cow area, and I have done that. What I didn't do, because I completely forgot, was I didn't move the excess seed and fertilizer that I left over by the grass field. I just remembered that. Just made it. While I'm heading over there, let's set this up for wheat. I want to do wheat because I want the straw. And I'm kind of used to doing wheat because I usually do chickens, so I use the wheat to clear that. All right. Let's get this set up. I do like the animations on this seeder. It's annoying that the way it's set up, I can't pull open the tops without unfolding it first. But the animations are great on it. I'm not centered. That's better. All right, putting down our first real crop. And I maybe... Well, my seed's going down faster than the fertilizer is. When I looked at the fertilizer, the nitrogen settings, I'm like, oh, I'm using a lot of nitrogen. That's because I didn't pre-fertilize the field. What is strange is something must be up with precision farming. I kind of remember an update a little while ago. But I'm not getting I'm not getting proper pH levels out of it. I don't know what is up with that. And I didn't make my turn right. There we go. So, a bit of a foggy morning here. I've noticed that in this map, that happens a lot. When I was playing it before, you get a lot of fog early. But once we get this seeded and the seeder put away, actually the seeder cleaned and put away since I now have a washing station, we'll take a drive over so I can show you the new silage bunkers I put up. And hopefully these will, course play will play better with these. Oh, and that's what I forgot. I got to set the... remembering all the things I forgot to do. I need to set my driver wages. I usually set the wages for 50%. I can find them. There they are. Oops. Okay, and I got to do the same thing in here. So that was the auto drive. Okay. And that's set. And I do that because I set it at 50% because if you do it at default levels, your workers get paid like $300 an hour. I would drive a chase vehicle for $300 an hour. I would drive a chase vehicle for $150 an hour. But yeah, it's not going to be so important today, but it will be important once we get to real harvests. A little off there. And probably once I get into actually recording the regular series videos, stuff like this, I will probably speed up in the video. Although these videos will, normally I try to keep them under 45 minutes. These videos will probably go closer to an hour. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to get more fertilizer. We're now using more fertilizer than seeds. Oh, the other thing I need to do today is I need to pick a little bit of a money maker. I'll take a look. I didn't put down the I didn't put down the cell tower yet. Completely forgot to do that. But I've got a full day to get all of that done. And I'm probably going to have to gas up too. Now on the larger fields, I'll use a seed runner and a towable gas fuel tank. on these small fields, not so important because my farm is right there. Or the farm buildings are right there, so the fuel and everything are there. So I was getting, when we harvested this before, I think I was getting 78%. This should bring me up to mid 90s now that I've got the land has been limed, and I'm actually setting this field up the way I want it, so we're getting proper nitrogen down. All right, and yeah, it looks like one more row. Oh no, okay, the next row will actually be starting the header rows. So one of my favorite mods for FS22 was the precision farming mod. It was released by Giants. It was done in conjunction with like John Deere and other companies like that. One of the farming coalitions. But it really changed the way the game was played. And I was very happy when they reintroduced it for 25. Because there was a lot of question if they were going to, because all the contracts and agreements that they were under for it expired. They were only valid for FS22. But yeah, they adjusted it for FS25 and put it out. I grabbed it as soon as it was available. Now, the only thing that I've got to add on, which I kind of have the money now, but not worth it at the moment, is to add on the 2 add-ons for my sprayer unit. They're fairly expensive. And since this field, you don't get weed in grass fields, or you don't get weeds in grass fields, I should say. And this field is newly, actually I think you will get weed in grass fields. I don't remember now. This field is newly plowed, so I won't get weeds on this one for this year. So I've got a year before I need to add those attachments to it. And I'm not overly concerned with it because the wheat here, I'm growing it for the straw. It's more of a cash crop for me because I'm not using it for anything. Um, and eventually, because I like to get my farms to be self-sufficient, so once I get to the point where I can get more fields, because right now I'm buying the pig feed, and it's $1,000 for 1,000 liters. So it's a little expensive, although I did fill up the pig farm, or the pig barn, I should say, 8,000 liters. So I won't need pig feed for a while. I only have 5 pigs in there right now. That's the other thing we can look at. We can look to see if there's any more decent pigs. But and then we'll go through the same thing with the cows. And that's because of the realistic livestock. You'll see once I put the video up where I buy the pigs. The animals have actual statistics that you need to pay attention to, and you will pay more for an animal that is healthier. But that'll be a little bit later. And we're almost done with this field. Well, I went through a lot of fertilizer, but not... The field's small enough I didn't have to go refill in the middle of it. But since the cedar is going to get put away until next year at this point, because this is the only field I actually need to seed on, we'll wash this before we put it away. But I play so much on the larger maps, maps with larger fields, that I kind of need to get used to playing on these smaller maps again. That's the other thing I can look at, which I didn't, is I can look to see if I can get a larger header for that. I don't need anything super big, but a little bit larger would be nice for my harvester. But yeah, for the pigs, I need to grow, to be self-sufficient on the pigs, I need to grow, I need one more field because I need to grow corn. Because I actually think I can use the wheat. I think it's either wheat or sorghum. I got to look at that again. but that I can do off stream. Like I said, I'm set for pig feed right now, so and I've got animal feed. I've got mods that have different small animal feed mixers. So they're not much larger than the tractor is. So I can find a nice quiet corner to set up two of those. One for the cows, one for the pigs. They're not that expensive. All right, and this field is done. Well, in about 10 seconds. And I left one little tire track. Okay, thunderstorm rolling in. I can hear the thunder. I gotta look at my game volume. When I was doing the recording, my game volume was doing better. Oh, actually, let's just cut across the grass field here. And let's just fill this up first before I head in. I may actually use up everything that's here. Well, except for the seed. I'll end up with a little seed left over. All right. One pallet I gotta move. That's not bad. We'll grab the telehandler with the pallet forks. I get close enough so I can see the dirt level. So we get this all nice and cleaned up, then we can put it away. It's filled. And I think that's it. Oh, and I did buy a pallet of silage additive. Misjudged that turn. Still misjudged that turn. Damn it. Wow, I'm having problems with this today. Usually I can do this in one shot. All right, get him backed up into his spot. Drop that off. Oop. Wrong building. Get this filled up. So there's my fieldwork fill station. From there I can buy lime, fertilizer, herbicide, seeds, all the stuff that I need for the field work. But let's head over. And I went the wrong road. Because I've been playing on this map since it was released. And I'm still getting lost. Alright, so these are the 2 silage bunkers that I added. So I originally had 3 silage bunkers. These will each hold more than each of the 3, so we should still get the same amount of volume out of it. But once I grow and start getting more cows, I'll be needing more silage. In the beginning, I won't need much. All right, and I should have grabbed the telehandler while I was over there. Just so I can move that pallet. Okay, we've got a slightly weird graphic glitch going on here with the wipers. I have no idea what that's from. Alright, let's hop over to this. Let's grab the pallet forks and go fetch that pallet of seeds. Just so I can get these put away somewhere where they're not going to be out in the middle of a road. Okay, let's get that down. Oh. Here we go. And this doesn't actually have to go inside, but I think I will. I want to grab that. The silage additive. We'll put that in here also. I won't need that until we're ready to mow, and I'm not going to be mowing until probably November at this point. Barely got it on the forks, but we got it. Come on. There we go. All right, now we take this back. And then we look at a money generator, just so I can have something coming in over the winter. Oh. There we go. And I also want to move this bale spike over, just so I can park this properly. As I run into everything. Okay. All right. That's done. Let's get back to our pickup truck here and hop into construction. Now I'll usually put, oh, it's in this one. I'll usually put something in, and it's more just to give me some winter income. And where is, oh. Is that it? Yeah, that's the one. Go into customize. Yeah, 4,000 a month. That's fine. And we'll just pop him right in there, tucked into that corner. All right, and that'll give me not a ton of money, but enough to at least cover expenses over the winter until I can actually start selling things. Because I have a load of wheat from the initial harvest, from the setup. So I'll be able to get I'll be able to get some money off of that. I'll wait until January to sell it. All right, let's head over here and let's just see if there's any more decent pigs to buy. And I don't need boars. I have a boar. I have two different. I have landrace and black pied. I have boars on each, so I only need sows. And these are the stats that you need to watch for. All the ones in green here. So I don't necessarily need a full grown. But that's a decent one. And let's see what we got here. How old is that one? 51 months. Probably close to maximum age. Yeah, I think we'll buy this one anyway. It's got a high fertility, so we should get some good piglets out of that. Grab that one. Ooh. Definitely grab that one. Lows and lows. All right. How much is this going to cost me? 4,300. But I love that you now have the different ages of the pigs, different sizes.
You got a visitor.
Oh, I got a visitor. Jade, how's it going? It's going good. It's going good. I'm doing some pig farming,
I'm first.
which I don't normally do. So, okay, health is good. 4 months till reproduction. We're already getting slurry out of it. So we're doing good here. So I think we're gonna skip a month since I have nothing else to do. So let's go to October. I do play 4-day months because once I get a bunch of fields in, I need the time. But I'm doing all right. Thanksgiving, which was yesterday for us, is usually the start of my low depression days. And I thought I was doing all right, and then I got like maybe 2 hours of sleep last night. So, not so great. Well, we'll see. We'll see if I can pop out of this. I meet with my therapist on Tuesdays, so we'll see if I can get through it. But unfortunately, it usually lasts. Okay, let's move that till 8 o'clock. All right, there should be nothing to do. I just need to check the food real quick. Wow, they went through 1,000 liters in a month. That's gonna cost me. But I'm actually going to do this for a YouTube series. I did my setup, my day one stuff on stream. So let's just check the wheat field real quick. Yeah, my pH is still a little low, and I limed it. I limed it twice. So something is up. And my grass fields, these probably won't be ready until November. Oh no, these are ready to harvest now. Okay. So we'll drive up and check the other grass field. Because this should be... Okay, this one is not ready to harvest. Okay. All right, but we can get one of them, and that's my silage. That field there is my silage field, so we can start doing some silage. But first, we got to mow it. So this is a Hungarian map, which I love. I played on this map in FS25. And he did, or I played a similar map in FS25. I think it was by the same modder. But every now and then I like grabbing one of these European maps because I get so used to playing the American maps with the huge fields. That it's nice to get to a small field map again. I gotta change my playing style, but it is what it is. Alright, and let's get this set up. I only need one header row. Let's unfold all. Nope, wrong line. Oh, that's why. Come on. Here we go. Get everything started. And let's get going. So yeah, I need to change things, change the way I do things. Like I normally use a mower that windrows the grass, but the field is too small for that. All right, we're getting a decent... Getting green, so we're getting a good yield. I left a straw bale. Okay. I'll have to move that. I thought I forgot a straw bale. So, like, I'm going to have to windrow this, which I'm not used to having to do. Okay. Oops. Did you lower? There you go. Oh. So this will go fairly fast. And I will probably... Yeah, I'm probably going to do the windrowing on course play because I also want to do the pickup and delivery on course play. Because I need to set up the routes. I need to make sure it's working. But the mowing I'll do myself. Oh, didn't quite get to the end of the field there. Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. Not used to using offset offset vehicles like this. Usually I'm just aiming for center line. And the fog rolls in again. The map maker on this had to have set the fog high. And I love that it's patchy fog. Like it's foggy in the middle of the field, but not at either end. I'll have to grab the telehandler again to grab that last bale. I can do that while I've got a worker windrowing this. And then I get to play with auto drive and multiple paths. Because I need to set up 2 paths through the silage bunkers. I'll just set up the first one for now. And I know how to do it. I've just never successfully set one up. So we'll give it a try. The GPS acts a little strange with an offset vehicle. It keeps wanting to put me on the other row. But I have been playing a little with the highland farming. It's a little different playing with the fish farming. The one problem I have with it is the streets are so narrow that most of the modded vehicles that I use, like the smaller flatbeds and things like that, have problems navigating, especially with auto drive. But we're almost done here. A couple more rows, I think. Oh. Missed a little bit. Lifted a little too early there. And then what I'll do with the silage is while we'll have to follow the worker the first time to make sure that the paths all work. But I'll take care of compressing while I've got somebody doing the collection. Here we go. Nope. That wasn't lined up there. It sometimes irks me if I don't get everything on the field. Gotta harvest it all. But we should end up with a good amount of silage off of this. Now, I don't have any silage tools yet. Things like rollers and levelers. So we're just going to have to deal with it with this tractor. Because I'm going to need the bigger one to haul the forage harvester. All right, last row. All right, well, this was a good sized field for this because it's, I mean, that's perfectly lined up for even cuts. Oh. Well, at the bottom it is. Not quite lined up at the top here. I forgot this got a curved edge on it. And I should be able to, after a couple years, start buying more fields. Now, like I said, my first goal is going to be able to make my own pig feed. And it'll also give me extra product to sell off. All right, so this is the last row. It's actually only half a row. And it looks like I don't even have to wash the mower. And I think this is a base game mower. It's not a mod, so it should be getting dirty. Okay. Raise all. Fold all, and we can put this away. And grab the windrower. Oop. Not lined up right. I should park the tractors further back. Oop. I was on the right one. One more. There you go. All right, and we're going to grab some fuel before I head back out. All right, fill this up. Oh, turned a little too sharp there. And in this field, I actually can expand because I'm not doing anything with the rest of this. So I can actually expand this out to the road or out to our driveway. All right, let's get a course going here. See if I have one already. No, I don't. Okay. So let's select that. Do 2 header rows, no rounded corners. Start work on the headland. I just want to watch him. Whoop, wrong button. Okay, I always like to check to make sure that they're hitting the end of the field like they're supposed to. All right, grab our bale fork. And we'll just drive across the lawn here. And I would just go ahead and mow the rest of that lawn for the extra grass, but I just want to get out of his way before he makes his turn. But yeah, the meadow grass does not cut anymore. Or it could be just the specific grass that the map maker put down over here. So yeah, I can mow it, but all it does is take the meadow grass away and leave me with just a painted grass texture. So I also need to set up, I'll do that off stream though, I need to set up the routes for the 3 barns. Um, it's actually only one. I like the way he did it. Is the 3 barns actually count as one? So feed goes into the far left barn, straw goes into the middle barn, and then there's a water trough out in the field. So I don't know how he linked them, but it was a nice little. It was a nice way to do it. Camera did not swing around for me. Okay, turn that off. Let's get into... Okay, he's still going. It looks like I may have to do a little edge work. Let's get our our forage harvester here. And that's not close enough to the silage additive, so we'll have to move that over. Put that right there. All right, but first we need to set up our routes. And to get this to work right, I need to set up 2 routes. So we'll just do... Okay, let's get that turned on. And let me just get myself lined up here. So luckily, these are not that difficult to set up. Just got to do a nice straight line through here. Okay, it's a little far out. Let's pull this one back just a little bit. All right, now to name it. Oh, not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Okay, then we can add an exit for that, or complete the route for that. Let's go up, set up route 2, and then our entrances. And the route I'm using here is called a side route or a secondary route. And AutoDrive will ignore these routes unless it's got a specific reason to go down it. You know, like if its target can't be reached any other way. Okay. exit him to the same point. And then we'll set up our entrances, because otherwise I'll forget and wonder why he's not doing what he's supposed to. Turn like that. And add a turn like that. Okay, now these need to go into a folder. And then I can turn this off now. And I don't remember which. Oh, collision detection. Drive to field exit. All right. There's supposed to be... Oh, I think I got to be... No. Field 2. Bunker. This is going to be grass. Cycle, pick up, deliver, field exit. Avoid fruit we want on. Yeah, field exit, we want that one. There we go. That's the one we want. So it tells me going from the field to multiple points. Oh, and we select that. And it should... like I said, we'll have to watch him. And this turns on... it'll switch automatically between auto drive and course play. And you have to set up, you have to turn on the settings buttons to be able to do this. Well, to do it easily. Okay, let's turn him off. Let's head over to him, because we got to save this now. Save this as... Okay. Now we can go back here. And we load this course. All right, and we gotta... Oh, I'm driving the wrong way. That's nothing new for me in this game. All right, and we're just going to park him here. How much time we got left on this? We got 8 minutes left on this. And the one thing I usually have to do is a little bit of cleanup on the windrower's last end of the job. I've usually got to do a little cleanup on the edges. Oh, that's the other thing I can do. Let's get back here. Another setting I forgot to turn on. Wait a minute, it should be in here. Yeah, there we go. So I want to lower the tools early and raise them late. And that's actually a global setting, so I didn't have to go into that one to do it. So let's turn the course off here. And again, just a quick reminder, occasionally you'll see the game, about every 15 minutes, you'll see the game lag and stutter a little bit. That is not the game. I have an autosave mod. So I don't have to go into the menu to save. It autosaves every 15 minutes. Right in the middle of play. So you'll see it stutter and every now and then. And you can't see it because it shows up in the top right where the damage percentages are. So it took me a while to spot it. I'm like, why is the game lagging? It wasn't lagging. Now, what's nice about using auto drive for the bunker work, for the delivery into the bunker, it will detect where the bunker is, so it'll actually deliver inside the bunker. It won't just dump on the ground. But you also need a properly set up bunker to do it. I play tested, I still play on it occasionally, a mod map that used one of the modular bunkers. So you can set up any size that you want, and you do it by setting up plates. But what the map maker didn't realize is that those plates actually have a direction. And I wouldn't have known it either. And I set up, the first time I tried to do this, I tried setting it up on that map, and it wanted to pull in and unload going side to side between the walls instead of straight down. It was kind of amusing to watch the tractor try to fit or to watch the auto drive driver try to fit a tractor and forage harvester inside the width of a bunker that was not wide enough to fit the forage wagon itself. So I thought it was funny. I wish I was filming it because it was hilarious to watch. Looked like a scene out of Austin Powers, where he gets the where he gets the utility cart stuck in the maintenance hallway. Yeah. Yeah, that scene was hilarious. Okay. It looked like everything had been done. Where is it going? Let's turn the route back one. Oh, okay. I see where he's going. I don't know why he's going here, because he's already done this row. There's probably an offset. I'll have to look at it. But that's fine. It'll still work. All right. Let's get him off the field. And then we will hop into the other tractor and get it started. We'll just leave you here for now. All right. It's set for first waypoint. Let's get him started and just watching. First, make sure that it switches over like it's supposed to. Once we confirm that it's switched over, then I can go park the windrower and get the tractor set up to do the compression. All right, well, it properly switched over. And there he goes. Okay. So let's get the windrower put away. Turn that off, and we can turn that off. All right, so we'll just get him parked here. Now I can automate both pieces of this. The compacting, blocked by an object. Okay, well, he got himself out of it. Sometimes they don't get themselves out of trouble. If he gets himself out of trouble, actually, we'll get rid of this tree anyway. And I use a mod called Map Objects Hider, which has been very much a saving grace for me. Because I love playing on modded maps. And you get every now and then map makers who put stuff, decorations and things like that in the map that are actually in the map. They're not put in as placed objects. And if I'm trying to, rearrange or rebuild a farm, there'll be buildings and decorations that I can't remove. Yeah, see, that's one of the spots, because of the way the windrower works. It usually misses a little bit at the end. But he's almost full. With the silage additive, he fills up fast. And this is a... all right, there he goes. Oh, field exit is set to closest point. That's why. Okay. I'll wait for him to get going. All right. And we actually want to change the field exit to the field entrance. So he'll exit back out where the waiting point was. But my main concern is if he delivers properly. So that's why we're following him. And these poor people waiting for the bus. I have traffic turned off, so you guys are never going to see a bus. Oh, he started dumping a little early. Okay, and then he'll head back to field 2. And if you look, I started him off on bunker 1-1. And if you look, his next delivery point is bunker 1-2. So that's nice. Oh, and what I want to do... Actually, let's turn this off. See, if I had a leveling shovel, I could have... I could have fixed this automatically, but... we'll just do it with the bucket. we're just going to leave the bucket on him because I have a feeling we're going to be doing this again. All right, let's switch over to this tractor. And let's start compacting this. So that'll be the next thing that I have to test out is, and I don't know if it was the bunkers that were there originally, but the last time I tried this, he would only go, the AI worker would only go up and down this first row. Now he's still got the bunker to 100%. Oh, I got some cleanup to do there. I always end up with some cleanup. And we'll see how much I actually end up out of this. But yeah, if I had a leveler, I could push all of this in with the leveler. All right, I think that's good enough for that pass. Let's get this out here and let's start cleaning some of this up. Oh. I'm stuck. That's not good. Wow. Okay. Oop. See, now he shouldn't have delivered to that line. He should have delivered on Route 2. Oh, that's because that's not picking up because that's still listed as grass, not chaff. All right, so let's open this and see if I. Yep, that's why. All right, let's remove that. Okay, so that was my fault. Pop that in there. Okay. Oh. I closed that and I didn't turn my routes off. Oh, wasn't down low enough. And park him here. We're just going to switch over real quick because I actually want him going to the other one this time. All right, well, let's start compacting this mess. All right, I think I needs to buy a leveler. He set up a delivery point. And we'll see how much they are. I may buy a compacting wheel too. Forestry, miscellaneous. There it is. Levelers. Buy that as my money goes down again. And all right, and we'll buy this one. Wow, $8 grand for that. Okay, now I can No. X. There we go. So now with the leveler, I won't need the telehandler. Let's okay. Get that set up properly. Oop. And I'm set up a little too low. Okay, well those compaction wheels work really well. And I haven't tried these before. These are a mod. Oh, and I'm stuck in the wall. Okay. Lift those up. Let's get him out of the way because my guy should be coming back fairly soon. There he is. I thought I slowed down his turns. There we go. That's better. Yeah, I did slow down his turns. He should be taking those turns at 85%. Wow. You completely missed the mark on this one. Okay. And I can also probably move that route over a little bit, although this will fill in. Nope, wrong one. Come on. Exit. There we go. Turn that off. Oops. Okay, let's raise that. There we go. Huh. It's having a little trouble. Okay. All right, we'll just go compact all of this. So yeah, I'm gonna have to play with this bunker delivery. Well, at least the compactor wheels are doing well. So the other grass field is just going to be wheat. Not wheat, but hay. Oh, I didn't realize we're getting some bleed over. Okay, let's see where he is. Oh, he's almost full. And he should go... Alright, what I'm going to have to do is wait for him to end, because he's now heading to the wrong route. Okay, stop that. Bunker 1-1. Okay, and now we can just wait for him. So I don't know why it had a problem with the detection. I'll have to play with it and see. Yeah, he's having problems. All right, I think I am going to have to do this with the telehandler until I can get a handle on why he's having delivery problems. Okay. You're going to be difficult. So I'll have to go back to the video. Somebody made a really good video on how to do this. So he did have some tricks in there. On if you have problems. And I'm stuck again. So I'll have to go back to his video and see. Okay, I can't pick up that last piece of grass. Oh.
Oh, nuts.
All right, well, that was my brake sound, so we're going to... Unfortunately, I'm going to have to pause this. Oop. Went a little too far there. Okay. Did I leave that tractor running? I did. All right, so I'm going to pause this and hop off, take my break, refresh my coffee, and hang out. I'll turn the music up, and I will be back.
Screams of fright, fucked the devil out your mother last night. And I don't want to wear my clothes when I go outside. It's a beautiful day and I don't want to hide. I don't really care if you see something you don't like. I don't want to wear my clothes when I go outside. And I'm gonna drown in this river someday. It's my life and my
All right. Let's get back to this. What I should do is just check what the compaction rate is. We're at 88%. That's not too bad. Let's see where he is. Oh, he's on his way back. So let's see how bad he does this time. Okay, this time he did it properly. Oh, I'm having a little trouble with this. So yeah, what I may have to do is I'll copy this save over to another folder and play around with this. It'll also give me a chance. I have another leveler, a mod that it's actually a drag instead of a push, and I think that might work better. Oh. I got stuck against the wall. Okay. All right, then before we send him back, because he probably won't fill up, I'll drive around, clean up the last of this. because there's a couple of spots he missed. Oh, he needs to be unloaded. All right. Well, we can see if he does it right this time. I always feel so bad waiting, those people waiting at the bus stop. I have traffic turned off, so no buses. Actually, we'll do this one manually. Because there's only a little bit left, and then I got to do the cleanup. Get all of that? I did get all of that. Alright, let's... get rid of the route. And usually there's only problems at the very end of the field. The one place where I do have problems is if I'm doing, if I'm tedding first. Because the tedder tends to send stuff off to the side. So this time I bought a tedder that has a shield on the edge so that it doesn't do that. So it'll keep everything on the field. That should solve my problem with the windrower not being able to catch everything. But we'll find out when it's time to mow that other field, which again we're gonna skip a month. Actually, what I may do is change my settings to 1 day months, just for the beginning part of it, just for the start. Him parked out of the way. Want to get all of this stuff into the bunker. Okay. Didn't want to drive up that hill. The telehandlers are not all that powerful. And they don't have the weight that the tractors have. Yeah. Oh. Okay, I don't know what's going on here. All right, something tells me I hit a bug. Because that was empty and it's still spewing out silage. All right, so first I want to get all of this stuff pushed in. All right, I don't think I'm going to be able to push all of this in, so we're going to give up on that. And we just deal with the fact that I'm going to have to dump some of this. I just need to get this to 100%. And then I can seal this up. And we're at 100%. Blanket this. 213,000 liters. That's not too bad. All right, so this stuff we can leave here because this is the only place it's going to be used. Saving. Yeah, that was a pretty rough drop. All right. Park our forage harvester. And then we will skip to November when I can mow the other field. We're just going to back him up because he's just going right in here. All right, time to head home. And I think I will set my settings down to 1 day months, just because until I've got a lot of animals and more fields, I don't need the 4 day months. So, hello, Uncle Walter. How are the pigs doing? I love the babies. I love the look of the babies. And I got everything with good genetics, so... Alright, so... let's set back into our settings here. We'll knock this down to 1 day months just for the time being. Until I've got enough work that I actually need multiple days. Okay, we will sleep until 8 a.m. And we're still in October. Okay, so we're gonna skip to November 1st. Go through multiple nights. But I do love that vacation mod, because I can skip long periods. I can skip all the way through the winter. I'll usually only skip 1 month at a time because it will mess up the weather patterns. But and once I've got more livestock, I'll have to stop once a month to track the livestock. Make sure they're fed. Okay, it's 7 a.m. How dark is it? It's not too dark. Oh. A little too close there. So yeah, we'll start mowing in the dark. That's fine. But first, we're going to take a drive up and make sure the field is ready. Actually, it doesn't matter if it's at level 4 or not, because we're still... it won't grow anymore once we hit November. So yeah, we can just go ahead and mow this field. Get all my lights on. All right, let's get back to my controls here. Oop. Okay, I did have all my lights on. Okay, everything's powered up. All right, and this time we're going to do hay. So I've got a mow, Ted, windrow, and then, and then bale, and then deliver. So this takes a lot of work. But this will probably take me to the end of the stream. I think it's funny that the grass is brown on the ground, but it's bright green when I mow it. But this is good that I'm getting the hay, so I'll be able to okay, why are you being weird? Oh, that's why you're being weird. I wasn't on a line. All right, let's try this again. Oop. My tools didn't lower. There we go. So we'll do this one by hand. Oh. All right. Get everything raised. Yeah. I got to go back and do this row again. Oh, actually, I can go this way. Because for some reason, my back mower wasn't turned on. That's fine. We just quick correct. Nice foggy sunrise. Okay. This field takes a little bit longer. I think this one is slightly bigger. It's hard to tell because this is square, the other one's rectangular. And the setting up of the cow barn, we'll do that in the winter. And that I'll probably save for a video. Like I said last time, I'm probably not going to be live streaming this that often. Main reason I'm live streaming it again today is because yesterday was really busy and I had nothing set up. And I didn't want to do vein again. We'll save vein for Mondays. Oops, saving. It still throws me off. It stutters. I'm like, what's wrong with the game? Oh. Where did I go off route? Oh, looks like it was right there. The other thing I want to do is I use I use an app called Sim Dashboard, and I'd love to set up. I've been working on it, not a ton, unfortunately, but I've been working on setting up a sim dashboard for this. There's a couple of really good ones out there. One by Farm Sim Guy, which I used for a while, but one of the things I use a lot, especially for grass mowing, things like this, is there are controls to activate all, fold all, raise and lower all. And that works really great with the mowers. And he doesn't have any of those controls on it, so I got to set one up that's got the control buttons that I need. All right, so we're almost halfway. When I cross the 4 in the map, we'll be halfway. So yeah, next row should mark the halfway point, because these 3 fields were almost exactly the same size. I think I can turn my lights off now. I love the new weather effects in this game. They really ramped them up with the volumetric fog. The rain looks better. Tires get packed with mud. They don't just look dirty. Vehicles actually look wet. They did a great job with the graphics upgrades on this. And with some of the underlying issues, or not issues, but some of the underlying things that have been changed because of adding things like the AI, the in-game guidance steering, console players have a lot more mods available to them now. Because there were a lot of things like the guidance steering that couldn't be used because that was a scripted mod. Now that it's actually built in, they can finally use it. Modders can make use of it so they don't have to depend as heavily on the scripting. So the main thing with vehicle mods is the only thing really holding them back now with the vehicle mods is the branding. Because they can't release anything on console that they don't have a license for. So if somebody releases a Ford truck, you won't see that on console, even though they have Ford tractors. Ford tractors are not made by Ford. They're actually made by Case. And they just have the Ford branding on them. So the farm equipment is a different license from the street vehicles. So everybody was all excited when they saw Ford tractors. They thought they were going to be able to get the F-250 in game, and nope. If you're on PC, you can because there are modders that are making them, but you won't see them on console. But, all right, so we're close to finishing with this. Then we get to go on to the next step.
And there was much rejoicing.
Oh, James.
New follower on Twitch. Welcome to the lair, James Ganner.
Okay, I don't know if it's actually pronounced Ganner or Gainer. I'm going to guess Ganner. James, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Don't answer if you just feel like lurking, but if you want to answer, answer. Oh, kind of messed up there. All right, now we're back online. Oh. And I gotta reset my, not that I have to reset my follower goal, but for some reason when it updates, it doesn't set the colors. just... Or... Oh, and it helps if I hit enter, not backslash. Oh. And I still typed it wrong. Okay. Now we got our colors back. Get back here. Okay, it's a nice sunny day, and at least I don't have to deal with fog on this field, which is weird because I'm close to the river. All right. Whoop. There we go. 2 more rows. And then I get to go on step 2 of 5. Yeah, the baling hay is actually more steps than collecting for forage. All right. Get those folded up. Yep, we got some fog rolling in here. And we drop these off in the garage and pick up our next tool. Oh. Okay, I gotta remember not to drive across that with the mower. There we go. Kerthunk. All right, I want to pick up my weight for these. right, and on to step 2. Get that unfolded while we're doing that. Let's... yeah, we'll do 1. Okay, get that started. Okay, and all right. And I bought that field edger for a reason. Oh, I didn't mean to fold it. There we go. That's what I wanted. Because that should stop it from leaving the field. Because that really messes with the windrower. So yeah, I'm getting a little leakage, but not a lot. So yeah, that's a nice little add-on. It'll really help with course play. Because I always end up with a line all the way around the outside edge of the field that I have to go back over with the baler or the forage harvester to pick up. Oh, I need gas. So we'll finish this row up, or this header row, and then we'll run down, grab some gas, and come back. And I'll end up with a little bit to pick up there in the corner. But yeah, so far this has been a fun little map to play on. And like I said, it's taking me a little to get used to playing on small fields again, but that's not a bad thing. You know, play whatever you want, but I think it's fun playing on both. You need to change your style a little bit, because when you're running on big fields, like the big American fields, you're running with a completely different mindset. Oh, good. It remembered that I had it out. We'll see if it remembers it when I put it away. And actually, we can... Nope. Oh, I may have to have that turned off. I actually don't need that on. Okay, we'll change it from here. Yeah, we can just go on wide spreading now. It's only for the edge of the field that you need the boundary system. Oops, I think I missed a spot. Missing a spot on the tedding is really bad, because if you miss a big enough spot, you'll be baling up hay, and then all of a sudden one of your bales will become grass. I also got to look on some of these vehicles, although this is a base game vehicle, on some of the modded vehicles. You can actually adjust the mirrors so they're useful.
CR is Zania just subbed with Prime and is now flying with the dragon.
Chris Zania, thank you very much for the sub. Welcome to the lair. We do have a Discord. I only have 2 subs, so there's not not much going on with sub. And the follow, bringing us
New
up to
follower
288.
on Twitch. Welcome to the lair, CR is Zania.
I do have a Discord. Let me get the Discord link up there. There we go. Maybe. Okay, I don't know why my Discord is not working. Okay, that one worked. That's got more information than you wanted, but the Discord link will be on there. And you get all kinds of fancy, well, you get a bunch of fancy emotes. I'm not that big of a streamer, but and you can use them on Discord. So welcome to the group. And I will admit my Discord's not too active, but I do keep track of it. Got to do some work on it, but and I want to set up a few more gaming channels. At least category channels. But get my map set up. And before I was talking about when I cross 4 in the map, and of course my camera is over the map so you can't see it. So that was silly. The other thing I do is I'll try to be describing something and I'll actually point to it on screen with my hand, like you can see where I'm pointing.
You got a visitor.
Oh, okay. Now that's funny. I have 2 different chat windows up. On one, it looks like it's CRIS. On the other one, I can see that the I is capitalized, so I got your name wrong. So I'm just going to call you CR. Unless there's something else you'd rather be called. Chris? Okay, that works for me. Yeah, if you watch me enough, you'll find I shorten a lot of people's names. All right, I just want to get this done. So yeah, it's a little strange streaming on like zero sleep. I don't know if it was the depression or the turkey coma from yesterday, but either is a good excuse. We'll find out if I sleep well tonight. But all right, so we're a little just over halfway done with this. For this story, I don't really have a goal. My immediate goal is to be fully self-sufficient. I'm using the starter farm. Most of the starting equipment, I did swap out a bunch. And you can see that over on YouTube, because when I stream live, I stream to both Twitch and YouTube. This will actually end up mostly being done in videos. Running it today, like the first video was the setup. Getting, like, this was 3 fields, getting these 3 fields combined, and getting all of that. But you start off with a pig barn, which is at the house, and a large cow barn. Now, I don't have any cows yet, because I want to be able to make TMR. I'll be able to do that now. I've got silage already going. This is all going to be hay. I've got straw. You start off with 2 fields. There's one narrow field which is not the one in front of me, but it's a little off to the right over there. And you start off with a larger field. Both of those are growing wheat. So I'm still growing wheat on the larger field. The smaller one I turned over to a grass field. I bought these 3 fields. This was actually originally 3 fields. Combined it into one. Put grass in this. So this field is going to be mostly for making hay bales. I get straw from the wheat. The narrower field is for doing silage. So over the winter I'll be able to, because the silage is already brewing, so over the winter I'll be able to start making TMR, and once I get the cow barn set up, which means filled with TMR, filled with straw, and then and it also uses a water trough. It's a dairy barn, but it doesn't have the automatic water, so I got to keep the water up. So once I get all of that set up, then I'll go ahead and start buying cows. I've got pigs already, because I'm not set up. I need one more field to be able to do pigs, and for those I'll probably get use a pig feed mixer. But for now I'm buying the pig feed, which is $1 a liter. So the barn takes, what was it, 8,000 liters. So it cost me $8,000 to buy food to fill that. But I've only got like 8 pigs in there right now, so I've got plenty of food for the pigs. But yeah, the immediate goal is to be fully self-sufficient. I got to think of a long-term goal. I don't like doing money targets. Because it's too easy with certain crops to just hit a money target. So I like to come up with a storyline target. And I haven't really thought about it. This is a map that I have. This is a Hungarian map, so smaller fields. The farm property is actually set up like a cooperative farm. I'm using 2 of the garages on there for my equipment. Although it's not really a cooperative farm, everything on here is just yours. But it's the way it's set up. And the cow barns are over on the other side. So they're not even in this section. This is just all the equipment here. My water distribution point is in here, and I do have a small cell tower. Just because I'll need some kind of income over the winter. I do have a bunch of wheat that I can sell in January, so that's not a problem. I could probably cut another field in here. I was thinking of expanding. This is my second grass field, and I was thinking of expanding that, but I may just cut a new narrow field in here, and then figure out what I need for the pig feed. All right, let's get you set up. And yeah, we're going to do 2 header rows on this. And then once this is done, I get to switch to the bigger tractor because I need that one. That's why I swapped the tractor out, because I needed that to haul the baler I wanted to use. And then I get to pick up and deliver. So yeah, I want to just keep expanding. I may buy, there's other other properties with animal barns on them. Usually I stick to dairy cows and chickens. Sheep sometimes if I have a place to put it down. This time I'm skipping the chickens and I'm going with the pigs because I want the silage, or not the silage, the slurry. So I do have a seeder that will also fertilize, but like I said, I want to be self-sufficient, so that means using manure and slurry. So I went with the pigs to get the extra slurry. I don't usually do meat animals. Just because I don't want to deal with the management. So this is going to be a little new for me. I am running realistic livestock. So every now and then in the morning I'll get a message that an animal has died due to an accident or due to old age or just due to poor health. And it gives, I like it because it gives a little more thought to the animals. Because when you're buying animals, you got to pay attention to genetics. You know, are they good breeders? Are they healthy? Things like that. But yeah, I'll look around. I'll see if there's a sheep farm or a farm that with sheep on it. I'll may buy that, buy more fields. And once I get more fields, I do a lot of work with auto drive and course play. So I can automate a lot of it. Yeah, that's something else I've looked at. I've done that before. And that may actually be more effective. Because I know doing manure and slurry, because I've done that before, it takes so much to do a field. Although I'm also running precision farming, so that also changes your requirements a bit. You know, and like right now for the TMR, I'm just using a toe behind TMR mixer. But I do have, I don't remember what it's called. I have a mod that has a bunch of different little factories. And I know they've got a TMR mixer. They've got a pig feed mixer. I got to look at it. It may have a fertilizer maker. And they're nice because they're small, which would be good for this because I don't have a lot of space to put these. But I could find, I mean, I've got, like, between the barns and that back fence, I've got room. It might be. Like I said, I don't remember I can look it up. Let me finish this row. Because I think I can get it to my mod list. I don't do it often from in-game. Can I? No. Yeah, I thought I could get into the mods while in-game. It might be. There. Whoa. You never raised. Alright, well that's going to make it fun to bail that. Yeah, there are a bunch of different little tiny mixer buildings. Not even full-size buildings. They're all exactly the same shape, just different colors. And they're good for doing small farms like this. But yeah, I use a lot of mods, mostly off the mod hub. I think the only one I have that's not on the mod hub is Auto Drive. All right, Chris. Well, thank you for stopping by, and hopefully we'll see you again. I play mostly survival and simulation games, so you'll see a variety of stuff on here. And if I do stream Farm Sim again, which I probably will, I'm probably going to do it on Alma, Missouri, on my existing save. So with that one, we're dealing with larger fields, multiple seeders, multiple harvesters, and a huge cow barn. But Alma is probably my... Oh, come on. Ah. Okay, I gotta go back in. I hit the button at the wrong point and messed up what field it thought I was on. Yeah, Alma, Missouri is fun because it's got the large fields, but none of them are square. So it's a lot of fun to deal with. And with the needing multiple machines out there, I do a lot with course play on that one. But yeah, I'm trying to get into a pattern. I stream 3 days, so I'm trying to pick 3 different games to play. Vane, I'm playing on Mondays. That's pretty solid. I'll probably do Farming Sim, jumping between different maps. And I'm thinking of going back to Vintage Story, which is kind of like Minecraft on steroids. It's actually formatted more like a survival game than Minecraft is, which is a lot of fun. All right. close to halfway done. And we'll have to see how many bales I get out of this. I do the largest. I do 240s. I use a square baler. Because I don't do any wrapping, so the square baler is faster. Because I don't have to keep stopping for it to unload. And I love the fact that they include the bale counter now in base game. That was one of my must-have mods for FS25. Just so I could keep track of how many bales I was getting off of each field. All right. I'm out of coffee. This is not good, but we're only about a half hour left in the stream, so. All right, this should be the midpoint pass. I always find doing hay the most tedious out of all of the jobs. This is one that I use course play on a lot when I'm just playing by myself or not playing on stream, because I just got to go over this same field so many freaking times. And I gotta look it up. I actually have a hotkey to hide the HUD, and I never remember what it is. Because I'd love to use it so I can do some some action clips for the beginning of the YouTube videos. You know, so I don't have just a static splash screen. I got something with some action showing the tractors doing work, animals wandering around the field, things like that. Me driving my pickup truck with 4,000 liters of pig feed in the back, that was fun. since it didn't exactly fit in the truck too well. Stacked too high and almost hanging off the back. But I still say it wasn't hanging off the back because it was resting on the tailgate. Granted, the tailgate was open, but it was still resting on the vehicle. But that's just my opinion. Your mileage may differ. All right. 2 more rows and we should be done. And I don't even have to park this. I just need to get it near the garages. Yeah, it looks like I had 3 rows left. All right, but that works out because that'll put me right at the road. There's a road that comes up on this side of the field. Now watch, now that I've said that, my last row is actually going to be going back the other way. Because that's the way my life works. Nope. Just 2 rows. Rows? Yeah, rows. Like I said, no sleep last night. And I got to make sure when I pull the baler out that I double check to see if make sure that the bale counter has been reset, because it doesn't automatically reset. You have to tell it to. But from the looks of things, we should get a decent bale count out of this. All right. Take this one back. At least get it back to the garages. And I got to figure out what happened with that. Okay, we're just going to park you right here. We got to pick up his weight. I love this pusher weight. Go. All right. And see, I didn't reset the bell counter when I was done. Where's the reset? Alt X. Not what I wanted. This pusher weight is a mod, and it's absolutely wonderful because if a bale gets in your way, it's designed so it'll push it out beyond your wheels. So you won't run over it. It's great for working with course play because they'll just push the bales out of the way instead of trying to drive over them. Oh, do I have the right? Yeah, I'm set for 240. Okay. And with precision farming, you don't have to roll your fields anymore. Well, your grass fields at least. If you do it on a crop field, you get like an additional 2.5% yield out of it. But I use a direct drill seeder, so I don't get to do a seed bed. Because normally you'd roll it after you've cultivated. Yeah, dropped my second bale of hay. Third one is in the chute. Fourth one is being built now, and we're halfway, we're 3/4 of the way through the first header row. So yeah, we should end up with a good yield off of this. I'll definitely be able to make TMR once the silage is done. And actually, it's been soaking for a month, so it shouldn't be too far off being done. Okay, let's get that little piece. So yeah, I am running a ton of mods, mostly realism mods, for the important ones. I have a lot of vehicle and building mods. So those don't get used on every play, although the tractor I'm using right now is pretty much the Valtra. This is I think the R series. It's either R or S. I don't remember which one. But the Valtras are my favorite tractors in game. Just the interior. The interior was well done. I have a lot of Valtra series mods. The engine sizes are good. This is a medium tractor that goes to 305 horsepower, which is what this is set for. Because I needed 300 horsepower for this baler. but good wheel options on it. Oh, that's the one where I screwed up. Go down and get this piece. Okay, and hopefully I didn't drop a bale off in the woods. I don't think so, because that bale was almost ready to drop. But let's see, it's 1 p.m. in game. I actually should be able to do all of this. I may be picking up bales, the last couple of bales in the dark, but we should be able to get all of this done. What are we up to on the bale count? We got 10 bales already. These are 9,000 liter bales. So that means we've dropped 90,000 liters of hay. And that's a pretty good yield. I have to see the straw. What do we get? We got a total of 27 bales of straw. So I'll have to see. Although that was from 2 fields. Going to cut across this one, because this was one where I put the windrower down too late. The other mod I'd love to find, I saw it listed. It was on ModHub. But I don't remember what the name of it was. It was called something like regional crops. And what it did was it restricted the available crops to what would be normally grown in that region. So I thought that'd be interesting to play with because I play a lot of U.S. maps, but I also like playing some of the other maps. So, although it probably won't change anything for this because Hungary is in growing region 4, which a lot of the U.S. is in. So a lot of the crops will be the same for these two. But I went searching for it. It's not... I haven't been able to find it on Game Hub or in the Mod Hub. But yeah, that's one I'd like to pick up. I think that'd be fun to play with. And so far, I really haven't been able to show you the power of this pusher, the pusher weight. I haven't had any bales that were really blocking my path. Let's just check our bale count right now. All right, well, we're just past the halfway mark. We've dropped 18. So 19 is ready to drop. 20 is in the chute. 21 is being built. So yeah, we should get 30-something bales out of this. This is nice. This was a good yield. I hate leaving crop on the ground. Just annoys me. The only thing I could wish for with the bale counter is I wish there was a way to have the bale counter up when I have the help menu closed. The mod on FS25 did that. And they do it with other things. If you're hauling, if you've got a spreader with lime in it, it shows you the pH balance with the targets. If you're fertilizing, it shows you the nitrogen level with the target for the crop. So there's really no reason for them not to have done that. Because I usually keep that help menu closed. Oh, I'm running out of fuel. All right, so we will do that. Back up here a bit. We're going to drop these two bales off. Because otherwise it's just going to kick him out when I hook back up. Because I'm not taking the baler all the way down here to get gas. Or I should say fuel. It doesn't use gasoline. It uses diesel. Actually, I could do that. I could, for putting some production in here. I can take out those two equipment barns straight ahead. I could take those out. That'll give me plenty of room to put some productions in here. I may be even able to fit the small dairy farm. I have a small dairy farm mod. So yeah, I have to think about that. I definitely put the 2 food mixers. Actually, the TMR mixer, I'd like to find a place over on the other side, but I can probably put that right next to the silage bunkers. I have plenty of room on the sides of those. Because everything I need for the TMR is kind of stored over there. My bale storage is there. My silage is there. The fertilizer production we'll put on this side. Actually, maybe I can just get rid of one of those barns. This way I have the other one available for equipment. Because as I get more fields, eventually I'm going to need more room for storing equipment. Because I'm going to have multiple workers at a time out on the fields. One thing I really don't want to do is root crops. I know sugar beet is a great money maker, but the root crop harvesters is such a pain to deal with if you're not playing multiplayer. Of course, playing auto drive helps some, but it's still not great. You know, I'd rather deal with something that actually has storage in it, which some of them do. The bean harvesters have storage in them. All right, one more row and then we can kick out what we've got, take account. But yeah, I'd say we got a decent hay load here. So what I may actually do is start alternating these 2 grass fields. If I use, like this one I used for hay this time. Next time I'll use it for silage. So what did we get? 28, 97%. So 29. Let's get that unloaded. Because I use this for both hay and straw, so. Okay, let's close that up. All right, well, I think we're going to end this here. Let's get over to my chat screen. So, Chris Zania, thank you very much for the follow and the subscription. Who else did we get? James Ganner, thank you very much for the follow. So, like I said, this will be mostly done as YouTube videos. So you can hop over to my YouTube channel. And if you're watching on Twitch, if you're watching on YouTube, you already have my YouTube channel. I have a playlist that I've started set up. I've got 2 more videos to drop into it just for the setup. And tonight, it looks like everybody's available, so we will be playing D&D tonight, 9 p.m., 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And then I will be back on Monday with some more Vane, having a blast in that game. But other than that, that's it for me for now. Thank you everybody for watching. Hope to see you soon, and I am out of here.
Stumble from the ashes, lost enigmas in the dust. I cannot remember, though they tell me that I must. Sky is torn asunder, fear that breaks the brave will not drag me under, climb out of the grave. Make a sign or faults divine, this mark of worth I wear. Hardened are these faithful scars I bear. Stand side by side, carry all as one, we can bear this weight. Stand side by side, we won't come undone, for the hands that will carry us home are touched by fate.